Hello everybody and welcome to Thrash Zone, where tonight I have another kick-ass edition of Thrash Zone for all of you prepared. I have famous producer to the stars, John Dote from Las Vegas, Nevada, who has produced artists such as Michael Jackson, Janet Jackson, Carlos Santana. He's written television themes to like Hawaii Five-0, you name it, this guy's done it. He has his own live show in Las Vegas that he hosts. And he also recorded my very first album in 1987 called Infernal Forces. And he believed in me back then, and I absolutely love that guy. And I am returning the favor for him by giving him some advertising. And we also have tonight, from South San Francisco, San Bruno, California, we have Nathan McLeod of Malevolence Records, and that's going to be a great conversation there. For our bands tonight, we have Witchburn from Tacoma, Washington, and also the Festering from Kirkland, Washington, and it's going to be a kick-ass show. And are you ready? 'Cause I am, so let's go!
Let's get ready to rumble! To pull the ricochets clean off the bone, screams in the air, turn his heart to stone. Treasures in my eyes, burning night to day. All the jail is aroused, bitter price to pay. What she is, she for it is. Black smoke, dead skies, the earth screams out, black blood and sand. All the poison in the eyes. I got nothing to lose, nothing left to gain. Open wounds, pressure mind. The flame breaks on to desicate. Like stairs, and as eyes, it's from your head. It's raining lead. Towards clouds of red. For still we die. No time to die. I'm for a fucking eye. Live by the sword as the die by the grip. Share dreams and share lie. Family impact crack like the kiss of the whip. Lay wide open to the blind. A shadow landscape such a venomous gift. Let her to the shore for the blind. A new young soul now saved by shit. Living for an eye for an eye. From your head, it's raining lead. Through skies of red. For still we die. No time to die. I'm for a fucking eye. Infiltration.
Fat chicks need love too. Giggity, 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 giggity.
to the black thread malaria explode. Dragons growing in the heat of the sun.
Hey motherfuckers, this is Patrick Donovan of Toy Called God. You're listening to Billy Boldt's Thrash Zone on Digital Revolution Radio. Tune it in, turn it up, rock the fuck out, and wreck your neck. Later.
Somebody always is going to get the bad, worst part of the deal. Somebody's always going to end up the loser.
Fuck yeah. That was Ken Fret with Salvations. And their guitar player, Artak Ozan, who's been on their show before, has joined forces with Greg Christian, formerly the bassist of Testament. And they got their new band called Trinity Fallen together. And we are really glad to hear that. Greg Christian is a good friend of ours. He's been on the show several times. And congratulations to them for finally getting that band off the ground. Before that, we had Lit King with the Storm of Swords. And we kicked tonight off with Separation of Sanity from Vancouver, Washington, with their newest song called Armed. You're listening to Billy Boldt Thrash Zone. And I want to thank everybody that's listening to us from all around the world. This is the best show on the best station you're going to hear anywhere. And we have a kick-ass lineup tonight, man. But that's all coming in due time. So go ahead, load up your bowls, grab your drink, and get your groove on, because it's going to be a killer night tonight. And here we go with our next band. This is from San Jose, Clank with Downside.
Goes the weasel.
That was strangely arousing.
Hey, this is Tony DeLisio from Mechanism, and you're listening to the Thrash Zone with Billy Boldt on digitalrevolutionradio.com. I'm going to totally cut that shit out, and damn it, you edited that, right? Can we do it again? Seriously, though. Dude.
everybody, I want to let you all know that Bobby D'Angelo, bassist of Mechanism, has joined us in the chat room. So everybody say hello to Bobby. He is a great friend of mine and the show. And we love Bobby. And this one goes out just for him. This is Psycho.
Say, what's the big idea bashing me on the noggin with a rolling pin? Clunk enough people and we'll have a nation of lumpheads.
Bam, 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 bam.
Pollute your mind and battle tide. Tell you how to live and die. Society's got its own way. Doesn't mean that it's gonna be my way.
What the hell is going on? This is Brian Garris from Splintered Throne, and you are listening to Billy Boldt's Thrash Zone on DigitalRevolutionRadio.com.
You call yourself a man? You know you're a lying, low-life, motherfucking degenerate prick. You know that's what you are?
Anyway, you will never understand it cause it happens too fast. And it feels so good, it's like walking on glass. It's so cool, it's so hip, it's alright. It's so groovy, it's out of sight. You can touch it, smell it, taste it so sweet. But Dude, I found a dildo! Stapler, rubber dicks for everyone! The people demand rubber dicks! Bench, help, bench! Dildo!
Are you threatening me, sir?
Alright, motherfuckers, you're listening to Thrash Zone Radio with Billy Boldt. This is Costa V from Hatred. Fucking metal.
I reckon I'll have me some of the bacon.
Either we take real action, or millions will die.
is mighty cold.
Eskimo pussy is mighty cold.
Good.
Good.
Feel good.
Feels good.
Feels good.
Feels good.
Real good.
Real good.
Tastes good.
Tastes good.
Mighty good.
Mighty good.
Good for you.
Good for you.
Good for me.
Good for me.
Hey, everybody, we're all gonna get laid.
This is the next big thing. Stephen fucking Morris from Pain Clinic, and you're listening to Billy Boldt's Thrash Zone on Digital Revolution Radio.
And that was the next big thing. Stephen fucking Morris on the vocals and Jeff Stewart on guitar. That is Environment from Reno, Nevada with Bow to Your Demons. Before that, we had Faster Pussycat from Los Angeles with Shut Up and Fuck. How many times have you said that to a babbling bitch? Or at least thought it. And before that, we had Iron Reagan with I Won't Go from West Virginia. Before that, we had Hatred with Your Worst Enemy from Dublin, California. And we also had Faith No More from San Francisco with the song Epic. And let's see, what else did we have? Oh, yeah, we had Attica 7 with Sons of Anarchy title song. It's called Cracker Man. And kicked it all off with some Mechanism with the song Psycho. And, of course, they are from Tacoma, Washington. You're listening to Thrash Zone. We're going to have our very first guest up here in just a few minutes after this song. And it's going to be Nathan McLeod, owner of Malevolence Records over in South San Francisco, California. And you don't want to miss that interview. It's going to be great. And this is a band... they played Famine Fest just recently here in Portland, Oregon. This is Eye Gouger with Trans Testica.
The Prozac.
Got a mouth like a cannon, always shooting it all.
Free fall, 10,000 feet off the ground, we drop, we fall. Never knowing when to stop, we fall. They can't be afraid of death and quarters in your head. It's time to take a breath. Free fall. Out of the sky, we don't know why. We free fall. We free fall. We free. Into oblivion we fade. Behind the weeds, the willow shade. 10,000 feet to fly. Out of the mystics we may die.
And that was Dear Assassin from Vancouver, Washington with The Calling. And before that, we had Eye Gouger from Detroit, Michigan with Trans Testicle. I have on the line our first guest of the night, Nathan McLeod, owner of Malevolence Records over in South San Francisco, California. How you doing, Nathan? Nice to talk to you.
I'm doing great, Billy. How are you? Thank you.
Oh, man, I am totally psyched up for tonight's show. And I want to thank you, first of all, for sending us a very nice care package with, all the CDs that your record company has put out.
Oh, you're quite welcome. My pleasure, Billy.
Yeah, of course, some of those bands is one of my favorites we all know, which is Chaos and The Pits of Existence. We also got Ulysses Siren in their new CD that just came out. And I believe that one is it, let's see here, which one? Justifiable Homicide, right?
That would be correct, Billy.
All right, I'm just making sure. And you know which one I really love that you sent was TCF, man. That is a killer band.
Who's that again?
You sent in TC. Let me see, is this? I think that's it.
TCF.
Yeah, TCF, man. They kick ass. Where Madness Reigns.
Yes, Dutch crossover thrash metal artists that was their sophomore CD to their debut, Speed or Bleed. Right. It was re-released back in 2009.
Yeah. So tell us about Malevolence Records. When did you guys start? And also your participation with Annex Studios.
Well, Malevolence Records started maybe 10 years ago next month. As far as my participation in Annex Studios, it was nothing more than working with Chaos and Ulysses Siren there.
Uh-huh.
That's basically it there. Chaos did their Validated in Blood CD release party there, 2012.
Yeah, and of course they disbanded shortly after that. Can you kind of give us a little bit of insight on what happened to Chaos? Why did they disband for a while?
I think they all just needed a break from 25 years of being a band. That kind of really sums it up. And as much as it was a surprise to me and it surprised everybody else that it got announced that shortly before their last show at Slim's in January of 2013.
So, did they call it quits for good, or are we going to see a return of Chaos?
I don't think they called it quits for good.
Yes.
More of a hiatus. And yes, there's some possibilities you could, in the near future, see some new Chaos material. Nothing's carved in stone just yet, but
at least everyone's keeping that open, right? That option.
Yes, basically, yeah. That's better put. Stacy and I have been talking back and forth about it here and there, but this would also need to include Jason, and we haven't gotten that far yet. But we'll get there.
Yeah, no doubt, man. And I can't wait to bleed some more to some of that, man.
I bet you can.
Yeah. Well, the album that they put out, The Pits of Existence, that was voted the best album of the year at the awards show in Oakland, I believe it was. It was Bands for Bands, right? And they won a second award also. I can't remember what that one was for, but man, they were just killing it with The Pits of Existence. That was just a great album.
I couldn't agree with you more. And you're right. They did win some awards, and it was voted top 10 thrash metal albums of 2010 on various sites, websites, magazines, radio. I mean, the list could go on with that.
Yeah, of course, Jason Darnell, the lead singer of the band, such a great guy and the driving force of Chaos for many years. Originally he was the drummer, and eventually he just took over on the vocals, and I don't know. I guess that was his calling for the band. I'm really glad to hear that that they might just come back in some form, because as well as I know the guys, they've been pretty hush hush about this.
Yes, they have, and that's just the way they've been, and I haven't pried into their personal reasons or their own opinions individually of why they taking this break hiatus, and I just left it at this, like you said, left the door open for them, if down the road they want to start releasing some new material, and I'm all ears,
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Now, another band that you have under Malevolence Records is Ulysses Siren. Of course, that's another band from the Bay Area that's just been a staple there for many, many, many years. And, Manny Lopez on the vocals. We had John Torres on guitar, who's passed away not too long ago. Rest in peace, John. And, that is a great release as well. Did you record that at your studio?
Yeah, that was recorded in Annex Studios. Stacy from Chaos engineered it. And it was mixed and mastered by Justin Weiss at Trackwork Studios in South San Francisco.
Yeah, what I really thought was cool, taking a closer look at it, was that it had Will Carroll on the drums on one song. It had Kevin Gorski, on I believe he played guitar or sang. I'm not sure what he did on that, but man, that's really cool. That they brought in some big names, from the Bay Area, and what a great CD that one is.
Well, thank you very much. It was basically what you mentioned about Will Carroll on drums and Kevin Gorski on guitar were the live tracks. The studio tracks had their original drummer Steve Huser on drums and Stone Clement on guitar. And yes, of course, Manny on vocals, and Joe Jimenez on bass, and rest in peace, John Torres on guitar.
Yeah.
The whole CD is dedicated in memory to him.
Yeah, that was a big loss for everybody when he passed away.
Oh, no doubt.
It was actually quite a surprise. A good friend, I'm sure he's a friend of yours too, Danny Shipman of Reality Check TV. I remember he took it really hard. He was close with John.
Well, I was very close with John for over 30 years, and his family to me, and I took it very hard myself. When I got the news, and there was a good year there where I was just reclusive. I really didn't keep in contact with anybody. His death was just the icing on the cake of many things that had gone on in the past few years of my life, and myself, I needed a break. I needed to take a hiatus and a few steps backwards, and before I was able to move on.
Sure. Yeah, I totally understand, dude, because that's the reason why I actually moved out of San Francisco and up to Portland, Oregon, was because I needed a hiatus of my own. And I just a lot of people don't understand what life is like in the Bay Area when you're in our world. Pretty much I was going out 5 nights a week because, I worked at the Warfield. And if I wasn't working and doing shows there, I was at shows that my friends were playing. And I was never home. I had 2 jobs, and it just wore me out, and I just needed a break, man. But I really like where I'm at right now. I like the Northwest. I'm not sure that I'll be returning to the Bay Area other than a visit. I think I've been outpriced by the high rent there.
I agree with you, on many levels, what you say about living in the Bay Area, growing up there, and I moved out of there a couple of years ago, and just what you said about the high rent prices, probably more than likely keep you from moving back there and getting into that whole rat race of just...
Yeah, it's ridiculous, man. It really is. I was paying like $1,500 a month for a shitty apartment in the fucking Tenderloin. That came with roaches, hookers, crackheads, and everything else you could think of. And I'm thinking to myself, I could live in a house in Portland, which is a great city, for the same amount of money rather than this, studio apartment in this shitty neighborhood. And it was a no-brainer for me, And, besides also needing to get out of that life for a little while before I picked up, in radio and started Thrash Zone. But, Nathan, this is about you. And can you tell us what you have on the agenda with Malevolence Records? Where are you going to go from here?
Well, I had said to myself for quite a while that, once this Ulysses Siren CD was completed, it was going to be my last release, just with the difficulties of it. But now that it has been released, and it's doing great, by the way, I've got nothing but positive feedback.
Oh yeah, it's a great CD. I absolutely loved it.
Thank you. I'm pivoting more toward, I was impressed when I received them. I said to myself, I am not going to let, something tragic in my life, it wasn't with just John that happened in my life to prevent me to keep moving on. And, kind of simultaneously, speaking with Stacy and Chaos and, just the ideas we've tossed back and forth, speaking with some other people, possibly doing this or that. What was once lost to me after John passed away, a lot of it was found again, and so, I'm going to keep moving on.
Yeah, that's kind of what you got to do, Nathan. When I had moved up to Portland, I had lived here 1 month, and I don't know if you know this, but I lost everything in a house fire after I've only been here a month. And if you want to talk about icing on the cake, boy, that was it. But what was I going to do at that point? I had already just lost everything. I was burned to the ground. Going back home, was that an option? No, because I had just left. So, you just gotta, as they say, roll with the punches that life gives us. And, you just overcome it, its obstacles, and you keep going forward. And I'm really glad that you're going to keep going as well. And I expect nothing but more great releases coming from Malevolence Records. And can you tell us what other artists you have signed with you guys?
Well, of course, Ulysses Siren, Chaos, TCF, Septic Christ, Swiss German thrash metal band, Absentia, or called a symphonic type death metal band out of Spain. Of course, up, you know, and that left me with Ulysses Siren to concentrate on at the time before John passed away. And be quite honest with you, I don't know what the fate of Ulysses Siren is or going to be in the future. You know, I mean, John, I don't know if they're going to move on.
Yeah, well, you know, all of us, we're all hitting 50, you know, so it's like, you know, have you had enough, or do you just keep going, or, you know, I mean, everyone has these, you know, bumps in the road where they have to start making decisions on the next chapter, you know, of their life, you know, me included, and we'll see what happens with all that. Let me ask you though, how did you meet Chaos? How did you meet Stacy?
Oh shit! Yeah, I don't quite recall how I met them. You know, I had seen a shitload of their shows from when they did the show at the Omni with Hex and Democide back in 1990.
No way. Yeah.
And
I played with both of those bands.
And I was just a fan at first, you know, and that's how a lot of my relationships started up with these bands, you know. Just being a fan, and, you know, one thing progresses into another, and, you know, next thing you know, I'm putting out releases for them, you know, signing them.
Cool. Now, Nathan, are you looking for new artists to sign?
That's kind of 50-50 right now. It depends on a lot of things. Got to get this, you know, still a lot of work to get this Ulysses Siren CD out, you know, to the masses. And I'd say, you know, it depends on the band, their material, you know,
sure.
How well I'm able to work with them. So the option would be yes.
Okay.
There's a lot of things you got to take into consideration, you know.
Sure. Well, you know, Nathan, you know, just keep in touch with me, like we have over the last year. And, you know, I know a lot of people just like you do. And, you know, I can certainly toss some names your way and see if you can work something out with those bands. You know, I have to keep moving. I have another guest that I have to call in Las Vegas in about 10 or 15 minutes. Is there anything you want to tell people about Malevolence Records, where they can find you, where they can find how they can buy the records, the CDs that you're publishing?
You can get them on my website at www.malevolence-records.us. And basically, if you go to my website, in the online store, there are numerous links of where else you can purchase any of the CDs on my label, you know.
Awesome.
CD Baby, iTunes, you name it. You know, I try to get it out there.
Yeah.
You know?
Right on, man. Thank you very much for joining us tonight, Nathan. It's been great talking to you. And
thanks for having me.
Yeah, well, you know, it's the first time of many times, I hope, to come. Hold on the line, Nathan, okay? That is Nathan McLeod of Malevolence Records, the owner, and I'm going to play a triple shot of artists that he's recorded and put out through Malevolence Records. The first one is TCF with An Eye for an Eye. The next one would be Chaos with Bleed Some More. And finally, Ulysses Siren with Terrorist Attack. And then we'll be back with famous producer to the stars, John Dote from Las Vegas, Nevada. Here we are with Thrash Zone.
isolate, the walls are the blade. Once that skin, you isolate. The limits for hell, you turn your fate. An eye for an eye, a tooth. An eye for an eye, a tooth.
Hey, you wanna get high, man?
Beavis? Are you like, taking a dump?
Yeah.
Beavis, you're in there with a photo album of naked chicks and you're taking a dump?
Yeah.
All right, and that was Ulysses Siren with Terrorist Attack. Before that, we had Chaos with Bleed Some More, and kicked it off with TCF with An Eye for an Eye. And I have on the phone right now, live, famous producer to the stars, and the guy that gave me my very first recording in my career. I love him for it. John Dote, how are you, my friend?
What is going on, Billy, baby? It's been years. As a matter of fact, how many years ago was it? 20?
30.
30. Oh, my God. You're making me feel like a dinosaur, man. I can already picking up my tail. Like, it's great to talk to you. I'll tell you, a lot of things have happened in the past 30 years. I mean, unbelievable, man.
Yeah, your career has taken off.
Sorry, go ahead.
Your career has taken off, John.
Yeah, actually, a lot has happened, man. I got picked up by Michael Jackson's crew back in the Bay Area after doing the Hawaii 5-0 theme and the Hooked on themes, all that era. And then, during the acid days and the mushroom days with Greg Allman and Lenny Miles and Santana, we all grew out of that, went our different directions. And then when all the distributors and the record labels left the Bay Area and they went overseas or moved down to L.A., then, of course, the Bay Area just died out. So I decided, hey, I'm also a performer. I decided to move to Vegas, and that's when I was doing Michael Jackson's Bad album, promoting that, and still handling Janet Jackson's What Have You Done For Me Lately. I know it's a completely different format from what you guys do, but hey, it's history, and I'm happy to be that my name's and my pictures are in his history books.
Yes.
And then I broke out here with my own TV show, which was 10 years in the making, called Night Beat in Las Vegas with John Dote. And I was all the major stars. Vegas is basically nothing but all these hit artists, hit names like the Santanas that I used to work with and perform with in the Bay Area. Well, they're all here now, and they all followed me, and I promoted all these guys live, including a lot of heavy metal groups for all these major record labels, and it's just been an exciting, non-stop, unpredictable, up and down, left and right, east and west, north and south type of life, and and it's exciting. I mean, I'm blessed to be able to do what 1/10 of 1% of the population will ever attempt to get a chance to do or live in life.
Oh, for sure. John, you have had such a blessed career and a life, and I want you to know I am so proud of you myself, and I've actually followed your career over the last 30 years, even though we didn't keep in touch. But, I want everyone that's listening, back in 1987, I believe it was, I was a punk kid, and I lived in Belmont, California, and of course...
Where I grew up and went to school at Carmont High School.
Yeah, and John, you had a Penthouse Records located on El Camino, right?
Right, I had the recording studio, Penthouse Records. That was at, it was 1608 El Camino Real. Right, right there. And the pizza shop was, I can't remember the name of the pizza parlor that I used to go to.
Oscielo's.
Yeah, and then do you remember Lyons Restaurant?
Yeah.
I used to go to Lyons Restaurant and order the Parmesan, whatever. No, we're talking music. It was they had the best Italian. I was hooked on it. I would go there every day and have the same meal. I was hooked. What do you call that meat? It's Italian. It's Italian, and I got all this Italian in me, and I can't
linguiça.
It was delicious. Take my word for it. Spaghetti and meatballs.
Yeah.
Yes.
But I wanted to finish that thought, John, so people understand our connection. So here I am. I was just starting out as a singer in a thrash metal band. This was like my second or third band that I was in, and this particular one was called Infernal Forces. And Rob Blasini, our drummer, is the one that introduced us. And I remember walking in, and I'm like, John Dote, man, who is this guy, And, of course, you had that record out, The Hero from Zero. Is that what it was?
That's what it was.
That's what it was, man. And I just remember seeing this crazy guy with this outrageous gold chain around his neck and these boots and everything. I was like, and this guy's recording our album. But, you know, that, of course, I didn't know who you were at that time. You know, I was just a punk kid, you know. But you gave me my first break, John. And you took us in, you know, and you said, yeah, I'll spend the time and we'll do a live recording, you know, for your demo. And it was a big learning experience for me, you know, and it impacted me so much, John, that I've never forgotten you for it.
Wow, you're giving me chills, brother.
Well, you know, it's all true, man. And like I was saying, I followed your career over the years, and I was going, man, check out John, you know, he's still going at it. Now he's got a TV show in Vegas he's doing, you know. Now he's putting up these gold albums on his wall, you know, platinum albums. I mean, it was just, you were just doing great. And I was just, you know, I used to tell all my friends, hey, man, that guy gave me my start, you know.
That is for sure. That is for sure. You saw it. Did you ever put that on vinyl?
No, I never did, but you know, back in those days we should have, because that's when people were listening to vinyl. I do have it. Somehow, John, it has survived 30 years, because the master tapes to that, I believe are gone.
Really?
Yeah, I believe so.
Do you still have that music?
I do, and I'm going to play it right after we talk.
Oh, that is incredible. Well, let me tell you, the past couple of years I've been producing for American Idol.
Yeah.
And they come in from New York, and they come into my studio, and I produce them and guide them in the right direction, tell them what they need to do when they get up in front of America, in front of the world. So I've had a good thing doing that. But, you know, I got to tell you something. We go back so far that I got to bring something up on your show, because this is going to be something, it's a novelty. It's not a hard rock thing. But back when I was working with you, I was being approached by Elmo and Patsy, who now have the classic hit Grandma Got Ran Over by a Reindeer.
Oh, yeah.
And they came into my studio, and they played me their record, and they showed me their pictures. They were on the front cover of all these major newspapers, the Chronicle, the Examiner, the Chicago Tribune, the New York Times, doing all these protests about contaminating the earth and blah, 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 which they made some noise. So they came into me and they gave me this record, Grandma Got Ran Over by a Reindeer. I said to them, look, you guys are lovely people, you're wonderful, but I got to pass on this record because it's a piece of shit.
Oh, right? No, did you pass on it?
I passed on the record.
Oh.
I'm thinking, you know, Silent Night, or, you know, chestnuts roasting on an open fire. Instead, they're bringing me this novelty record I never heard before called Grandma Got Ran Over by a Reindeer. I go, good Jesus. And the last thing I'm into is country, too.
Yeah.
You destroyed the record. Well, so after I passed on the records and told them they were lovely, they left my studio, and every other day I would be getting these front newspaper things of them on the front cover, and then 4 years later, they got signed to a major distribution deal, and that record became a classic. I fell off my chair. I hit my head on that ground. I passed out. I twitched. I think the paramedics woke me up after that one.
Did you knock your gold chain off your neck?
No, the chain actually choked me. Even the chain was saying, "What the hell did you do passing on this record?"
Now I want to tell everyone, John, listening around the world right now on digitalrevolutionradio.com, that John Dote, when we're talking about wearing a gold chain, we're not just talking about some, $100 gold chain. This guy wears huge gold chains that are worth thousands of dollars, man.
I weigh a ton.
I mean, you are the epitome of Las Vegas, baby.
That's what they said in the newspapers.
Man, John.
I don't know if if you heard the radio interview on KLAV, but that's exactly the same words that Demetrius Karamabellis said. He said that the same word, the epitome.
Yeah, you know.
I tell you what, I can't hide from anybody in this town.
No, you know what? And I can't hide from anybody here either, man. I go down to Walmart and I got someone knocking on my shoulder. You know what I mean?
And I gotta tell you, I'm proud of you that you stuck with it, man. You sound great on the air. Obviously, you're following in my footsteps, and you're doing a lot better of a job than I did.
Well, I don't know about that, but thank you very much, sir, because you have my utmost respect.
It's coming from me, brother, so it's okay. It's legitimate.
I know you're solid, John. You know, John, you also, man, you've been on Billboard magazine covers. Can you tell us what it was like working with Michael and Janet Jackson?
Well, my father... my first publishing contract I signed was when I was 18 years old by the manager of Creedence Clearwater Revival, Max Weiss, whose brother, Sal Weiss, was an attorney. So it was a great in-house combination because you needed an attorney in those days. And so it was great. Max, because he was also behind Linda Ronstadt and Creedence Clearwater Revival, he understood the music and the production side. And then, of course, the legal side, but then Max told me, until you get a hit record, he really told me something special. He said, you ought to get your foot in the door and start promoting for the major record companies. And he goes, you'd be great. They know your name. They'll give you their biggest name product, like Michael, whoever, Janet, whatever, Santana, whatever the case may be. And because of my father, who was head of MCA for 20 years, who was a radio promoter, knew how to get into the radio stations, and I grew up watching all these program directors come to our house for dinner. We would fly around the country to all these various radio stations to get our records played. Like, it was great, being able to walk into K101 radio, KFRC radio, and, get the record played, which is what I did for these major acts. Max taught me that. He said, because that's just going to back you up if your music, because Max at that time, which I couldn't, said you can't sing. Well, if Max were alive, I'd roll him over in his grave along with Beethoven, with the way that I can sing now. But back then, I was terrible. I would have all, work with groups like Toto and have all these Santana musicians play behind me, but I would destroy my own production because I was young. I was great at writing the music and putting it together and bringing in all the right players, but I destroyed it, so I started bringing in other singers. So while I was developing my personal talent, I got into the record labels, and I started promoting. That's exactly what I did. I took Max's advice. When I saw what he did with Creedence, with the Creedence and Linda Ronstadt, I just said, wow, I was in awe of him. And he was an old guy who we used to meet every day in San Francisco. He would buy me a plate of spaghetti because that's what I love. Meatballs and onion. He'd pick up the tab. But we would really talk about getting me into the majors. He says, John, you got to get your foot into the majors, then come back and bring your music in the back door.
Yeah.
So that's how I followed in his words. Thank you for that advice. And then, Billy, I hung out when I was 18, 19. All my friends were major executives for all these major labels, and they were in their 50s, in their 60s. So these guys were varsities already. So
yeah.
I was like going to college when I was 12 years old.
That's the same as me, John. I was like groomed for this, like by people that were 10, 20 years older than me, and said, hey, if you're going to do show business, this is how the proper way to do it is. And I learned that, I learned that there's just sometimes you just don't cut corners, and you just got to do things the right way. And it's not always the easiest way, but it's the way it's done, and it's the way that the professionals do. And, I got a lot of respect by doing it that way, and, I totally get what you mean.
I gotta tell you, Billy, and this is the beauty of doing what I was taught to do is that along the way you get into all these different, you learn about all these different genres and styles of music. So it takes you like around the world, even in one room, because today you're going to promote Michael. Today you're going to, tomorrow you're going to promote Janet. Then the next day you're going to promote Santana. What a jolt!
Yeah.
Then the next day you're going to promote Black Sabbath.
Woo.
So it's like you just like going through all these doors, like a rolling door, just going round and round, and you're just like stopping in a room. You're walking in, and it's the big hard rock sound. Then you get back and you get into that glass dome, and you stop. It stops, opens the door, and then all of a sudden they're doing reggae, and then they close the door, and that thing turns. And do you know what I'm saying?
I sure do. Yeah, and as as those doors close, another one opens, and your experience gets bigger, and and you learn more, you get more connections. John, man, I've been doing this ever since we met 30 years now. I totally get what you mean, man, because like I was groomed, like I was saying, just like you were, by big players, back in the day, man. And and I'm just. Yeah, I'm so glad that I'm able to, talk to you again, because, I never thought I'd talk to you ever. I mean, even though I always followed your career, and I would tell people, hey, man, that's the guy that helped me. I never thought that I'd actually be able to talk to you, because, when people move on, they start getting big. Yeah, you don't always get to see them anymore.
You really opened up a coffin on that one. And you found me. You found me alive.
Yes, I did. And that was the best part, John. I was like, man, is he even alive? Of course you are. And you're sounding great, John. And you're still the happy guy that I remember. And very lovable, very likable. And so what are you doing these days?
Well, right now what I'm doing is I'm producing local acts for major television shows to break them out, secure them with record deals, but they need the exposure. So again, back in the day when you and I were growing up, that was a matter of getting it on radio. And Billy, the industry's changed way from what we were doing.
Oh, it's a whole different game.
It's a whole new different scene. It's a whole new different look. It's a whole new different feel. It's technical. I don't really care for the sound today because it's not real, like the way that you and me play the instruments. It's just not, with the Pro Tools. It's and the editing and what they're doing and what they're saying and what they're talking about. It's deep for them, but it doesn't grab people like me that are from the old school, which are going back again.
Yeah,
I have visited again. I'm back in that dome where I have visited every style of music, including what's going on right now. Some of it is okay, but it's not the real deal. As a matter of fact, Santana was just on TV the other day. He was saying the exact same thing. So for guys, for our era, and believe me, we grew up in the biggest era of all time, and that was during the Beatles and some of the Who, and where your music comes from, and where my preference of music comes from.
Yes.
But and today they try to go back and use a piece of that, but it just doesn't work. It sounds fake. It doesn't sound real. And they're just, their kids now just got their own style. It's what impresses their friends in school. And, I'm just so glad that the days of driving around with a big boom box with the bass that goes on for miles and miles like a siren, doesn't happen anymore.
Yeah.
I'm so glad those days are over with. But Billy, let me ask you this, because you're a DJ, and I know that a lot of people approach you and try to get the airplay and
sure.
Or maybe but and I heard your radio on the station. I heard your format. There was some things I really, really liked. It sounded like they come from Europe. But what do you think? What's your opinion on today's music? I mean, if somebody were to walk in with the type of music that I was just referring to, do you have a program for that, or do you just stick with your format with what you're doing?
Well, I try not to box myself into, my forte is heavy metal, thrash metal, right? But I don't always stay in the box. I don't want to be, just trapped there. So
your ears wide open, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm always looking to expand the show, open my mind, and not just be like that old man that just won't listen and won't budge. I always like to stay open. Like you were saying, I'm from a different time. Actually after the recording that we done, after I was done with my schooling, I went to college and I learned radio and television broadcasting. I learned how soundboards worked. I had to learn every little piece that was in that board, how it worked, everything, man. Yeah, and I was trained by, top guys that worked for ABC, and stuff like that. And, and I'm very fortunate that I had that opportunity and am able to, use that in today's technology. Because like you said, everybody nowadays can just sit at home and use Pro Tools and, they come out with these recordings. Now, what do I think of it? Well, I kind of like those days where, you had your sound man and he was working those boards and doing the mix and all that. And, I like the sound, how fat it was, how genuine it was. I mean, it's,
very warm.
Yeah, and I'm not knocking, today's artists by any means, and those that do use Pro Tools at home. I think it's okay for the poor man, that now he can, put his music out, and that's really what the bottom line is artists want to get their music heard, and that's where people like you and I come in. We have all these connections, and we know all these people, and we have the means to make it all connect, and hey, meet this person, meet that person, whatever. And there is some artists that I have my eye and my ear very closely held to. It's no secret that one of them is Mechanism. They're a band from Tacoma, Washington. I think, John, that they could seriously be the next big thing, in metal. They got the sound, they got the heart. They got the talent, the skill, and they are very genuine people, man, and they put in the time and the hard work that you have to do to succeed in this business. Because if anybody is thinking that their music's so great that they're just going to use Pro Tools, put this crap out that no one buys anymore anyways, and, make $1 million, well, they don't know music, because those days are over.
Exactly.
No one buys
it.
Well,
I got to tell your listeners, for one, that you may have listeners, and listen to this one, you may have listeners, but because you're behind the scenes and you're more of a listener than even your listeners combined because of the position that you're in.
Yes.
That makes sense?
It does. And
And Billy, one thing I got to tell you, for your artists that are listening, that are trying to make a break in music, because I think that's what your listeners probably want to hear. I may be wrong or I may be right, but I know half of your listeners would agree that they want to know, hey, what is it? How can I make it? How do I take, and how do I get a record deal? And how do I get heard? And how do I get discovered? Well, bands and artists, let me tell you this, just like Billy said, it does take hard work, but you don't have to be a band to have a hit record. What you got to do, folks, is this, is if you feel, and your friends feel, and your audience feels, and you have a backing of people that will buy 20,000 of your CDs, and you can prove with the receipts, okay, that you sold 20,000 units, that will get you a record deal. You call Billy, let Billy know that you have the receipts. Then I want to see any documentation on any radio play that you get, including through Billy's station, because from my understanding, he gets heard over 100 countries.
Yes, sir.
In the world, and I can only imagine that one of those countries might be China, so it would be funny listening to myself talk in Chinese.
Yeah, no kidding, huh? And I want to tell all our listeners, too, that you guys that are artists, listen to this man, because his word is gold, and his time is a lot of money. And I'm telling you, this man has been around the block. He knows all of the big artists. He's done it all in music. So if he tells you that's how you got to do it, trust me, that's how you do it. Don't cut corners. Do it just like that.
And, you know, and it's not expensive to do. And furthermore, if you guys, before you reach the level of even having to press, now keep in mind, listeners, you can't sell 20,000 units with only 1,000 pressings.
Yeah, no kidding.
Okay, so, you know, it's not expensive to do. It doesn't have to be a 4-color front. It doesn't have to be elaborate, but the music has to be in the groove, the mix, the vocals, in tune. It's really got to be, and think of incorporating some commercial hooks into your music that'll make it appealing to people per se that may not be completely into the hard thing, but you'll grab them. They'll listen to something, that a hook that you have, and that'll draw them to you. So really got to go in the studio, and what's going to make you most effective and successful is the hooks that you put together in your music. Keep your songs 3 to 3.5 minutes to 4 minutes maximum. And if you come across, Billy, a song that sounds in your format, that's got those hooks, here's what I will do for your listeners, and listeners, listen to this one. You submit your music to me, and I will evaluate your record. There's no charge for me to do that going through the radio station, through Billy's radio station. And also, if I decide and determine, you can submit as many songs. You can submit them online through email, MP3, however you want to submit it. You don't have to mail it. Save yourself the postal. Just send it to me, or if it's on a website, send me the link to your website with your photos. That way I could look at you, listen to your music. You can send me as many songs as you want. If I hear something that I like that grabs me by the nuts,
yes,
okay, then I, for a small fee, will bust it out nationwide.
Wow.
300 radio stations, and I am talking all hit radio stations through iHeartRadio. And I will get the real top varsity players, 300 nationwide, to give me a 0 to 5-star rating on this with their call letters, their contact name and number, what dial their radio station is on for verification. And if you come back between a 3.5 to 4-star rating, you will get a record deal.
John, I love you, man. That is fucking beautiful. Excuse my language. And you know
what? That,
wow.
If you haven't sold the 20,000, be prepared to have them pre-pressed, so that when I do bust it on the radio, then the radios, I can take those 20,000, give them to those jocks, program directors, and get your records on a rotation where they're playing it every hour, because John Dote said it's a hit record.
That's right, baby. John, you know what? I got to cut this interview because, you know what? Honestly, my phone's dying. No, the phone. I'll talk to you all night. Are you kidding? This is valuable information, but my phone's going to die, man.
it's just getting too exciting, and it's okay to be a little more excited.
Yeah, I am way excited, man. John Dote, John, please hold on the line. John Dote, everyone. This guy, producer to the stars, creative consultant for American Idol for its contestants. I mean, this man has been in the business and has worked with the biggest names in show business. And I'm going to play a treat for everybody listening. These are 3 songs that John recorded with me back in 1987 when he gave me my start. So, John, you hold on. And the first one is going to be Contamination. After that is Infernal Forces. And then I'm going to follow it up with Jungle Warfare, produced by John Dote.
When this is over, we go do a little coke. Yeah.
My little piglet, I'm Freddy. That's right, the man of your dreams is back.
You are one pathetic loser.
That's right. And that's a song by Eagle Kill from New York City. And, Brian Shermanside on the vocals. We call him Mini Z because he sounds like Steve Souza. And that just happens to be his idol and mine too. And that song was written about Chris Benoit. And his final wrestling move was the crossface. And that's what that's all about. Before that, you heard Dead Conspiracy from Portland, Oregon with the song 1971. And of course, before that, you had a triple shot of myself, Billy Boldt, singing on Jungle Warfare, Infernal Forces, and Contamination that was recorded in 1987 on my very first album, recorded and produced by famous producer John Dote, producer to the stars, creative consultant on American Idol, and on and on and on. And what a great friendship I've just had with him, and it was so great talking to him again. God, it just lit me up. Seriously, you should see me. I'm like beaming right now. So John, I thank you very much for taking the time out and talking to me again after all these years. I really appreciate all your advice that you're giving me, as well as these artists. And I hope that they're all listening and they took notes, because that's the way you make it, baby. Just like that. All right, we're going to move on with the show. And I'm going to have on, in just a few minutes, our next band, which is from Richland, Washington. And that is a band called The Festering. And they're going to be up in just a couple minutes, so I'm going to give them a call while this song plays. This is Terrorizer with Fear of Napalm.
Would it be too much to ask if we could make up our minds?
This is Costa V from Hatred. This is Chuck Realm from Up Against It.
Stephen Morris from Pain Clinic. And you're listening to Billy Boldt's Thrash Zone on Digital Revolution Radio.com.
Biatch.
guess I ripped my pants again.
Fly!
Yes, and that was Betrayed by Weakness from Vancouver, Washington, Portland, Oregon, with the song Institution. And that was a brilliant album that came out only 1 year ago. Unfortunately, that band is no longer together, and that is a disappointment, but let me tell you, they were one of the crown jewels of the Portland Metro. Before that, we had DA-27 with Bloodied and Broken. And before that, we had Arachnid with Near Darkness. And I believe I kicked it off with Terrorizer, Fear of Napalm. And I want to just do this little announcement tonight. Tonight is my fiance, Kimberly Boldt's father's birthday. His name is Jerry Burdick. And he would have been 75 today. He passed away when he was 56, which was 19 years ago. And we just want to remember him. Kim was 19 when he passed away. And, it's another name that I toss in with all, like, my friends in the Cancer Sucks. Along with my friend Alex Ragosa, Buddy Mills, and just on and on and on. I'm sure all of us know friends and family members that have succumbed to cancer. It's a terrible disease. And I fucking hate it. And I just wanted to get that out. But happy birthday to Jerry Burdick up in heaven. And we know he's looking down on us. And hopefully he approves. Otherwise, when I go up to heaven, I hope, or hell, I probably got a nice welcoming party from him waiting for me. All right. So Jerry Burdick, happy birthday. And rest in peace, my friend. All right, we're going to continue with the show. This is a song that is dedicated to Jerry Burdick. This is Black Label Society with In This River.
In this river all shall fade to black.
I've actually got friends who snore better than you sing. Dreadful.
This is Mark Halverson with Proven, and you're listening to Billy Boldt's Thrash Zone on Digital Revolution Radio.
All right, and that was Satanica featuring our friend Bobby Gustafson, who used to play guitar in the band Overkill. You remember him. They're a band from New York. Back in the 80s, man, they used to be killer. And he's in a band now called Satan's Taint. If you don't want to ask where Satan's Taint is located.
Yes, you do.
No, you don't.
Google it.
Yeah, just Google it. That'll cure your curiosity right there. Before that, we had, of course, our song "In This River" by Black Label Society, dedicated to Kimberly's father. May he rest in peace. And I want to introduce our next band, who is from Richland, Washington. Is that right? That's right. This is the Festering. What's up, guys?
What's up? Hey, how's it going?
Yes, welcome to Thrash Zone.
Hey, thanks for having us, man. Yeah, thanks for having us.
Absolutely, man. You know, you guys contacted me and said, hey, listen to my music, tell me what you think, and that's the way to do it, man. That's the way I like it, you know. Send me your MP3s. If I like it, I'll write you back. If I don't take it personal. It just wasn't for me. But the Festering, they definitely are. You guys, how long have you been a band?
We started back in 2008.
2008? So you guys been around for a while. How many albums you got?
Oh, albums?
Yeah.
We have a couple demos that we've put out. We had some time off due to some medical issues within the band. But we're working on a lot of new material, and we just got a new bass player introduced into the band. So we're working real hard on getting new stuff out there, and we're going to hit the road.
Right on. Who's your bass player? What's his name?
His name is Devin Jensen.
Oh, that guy?
In a band called Infrablaster.
Yeah, I think I've heard of him, man.
Yeah, he's a cool kid, young guy, but real talented musician, so it's great to have him. We're excited to work with him.
Yeah, fresh blood, young blood is always good, man. It brings new life to a band.
Definitely.
Yeah, well, welcome to the family, brother. All right, and, you guys, what upcoming shows do you have up in your area?
At the current time, we're taking some moments to get our newer stuff together. I mean, we got more songs to bring. These songs we've been playing for a long time. We want to actually get some new flavors, so that's kind of what we're doing right now.
Sure, yeah, you want to refine your sound and everything with your new guy. I totally dig that. You guys are in the kind of like that old school punk thrash metal vein. What are some of your influences?
Oh, a lot of real heavy death metal, black metal, suffocation in there definitely. Yeah.
Yeah. Did you guys check out Famine Fest over in Portland, Oregon a couple weeks ago?
Yeah, I haven't been able to.
Are you familiar with it?
Yeah, I've heard of it. I actually, I think my old roommate's band played, I don't think it was this year, but
last year
on it.
Yeah, man. Chris Nukes, he's the bass player for the band Raptor. He came over to my house a couple of weeks ago, before the weekend right before it kicked off, and we had 2 shows that we did just for Famine Fest. Man, it was totally killer, and you guys would be a good fit for that.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. We'd love to get down to Portland. We know a few people down there, and that's definitely one of the first places we're hitting once we get back into shows.
All right, well, I'll tell you what, man. Look up a guy, his name's Chris Nukala. That's Nukala, I think. But he's the bassist of Raptor, and he's also the organizer of Famine Fest. And send him your music, dude, and he might just add you to the roster for next year.
Well, that'd be sweet. As much exposure as we can get is better.
Yeah, because, he definitely, promotes a lot of bands, like, in your genre, man. It's perfect. You guys are a perfect fit. And he's a great dude. Very honest, very straight up. And, and he's very smart when it comes to business, and that's what music is. It's music business.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, that's true.
Right.
I'll definitely look him up.
Yeah. Well, you guys, you got to remember when you tour out of your town, as you go into city to city, you got to have at least enough asses in that venue to pay for your gas to get to the next town.
Yeah, for sure.
There you go, man. Now, see, a guy like Chris Nukes, he can help you with that. Sweet, man. All right, well, there you go, Kim. Just like John Dote was saying, pass along the connections. Yeah, so how did Kim wants to know how you guys picked your name.
See, the name came from actually our original bass player, A.J. Holden, and he had the idea that we're going to start a band called the Festering. I was in a band called Kleptocracy once, and yeah, it didn't work out too good. It wasn't as heavy, but we wanted to do something really nasty. So what's nastier than the Festering?
Yeah, no kidding, man. Like a festering boil or something. That's really, that's, ugh. Yeah.
Well,
all right, well, you want to get down and dirty and disgusting. There you go, man. Accomplished. Mission accomplished.
That's what we go for.
Yeah. And you know, your music is just as intense, and I can't wait to play a cut because actually I'm going to play a triple shot of you guys because I think the world needs to hear a little bit of Festering, and they can just sit on that while it, it festers within their body. Yeah, man. So, is there anything you want to tell all your fans and people listening to you for the first time around the world on DigitalRevolutionRadio.com?
More. Keep it heavy. Keep a lookout for what we have coming because it's going to be a lot more technical and a lot heavier, nastier in general. Yep.
Yeah, so how can they find you guys?
We are on Facebook, of course. Facebook.com/The Festering. We're on Band, also on Bandcamp, thefestering.bandcamp.com. And we have one of our demos up with 4 songs on it on there. And we'll be updating those and keep music coming as it comes along.
Yeah. Well, you guys definitely start writing away, man.
How
you got it.
Yeah. So, anything else you got? Do you have anything else you want to tell everybody? Because, there's a lot of people out there, including myself. I just met you guys tonight. You guys impressed me with your music, and you made it that far. But, this is the first time we've talked, so I really don't know too much about you. So I guess I'm lumped in with that group. Tell us something about the Festering so that we can remember you.
Well, I don't know, man. I don't know where to start. I mean, we're all from different bands. We're, besides our new bass player, Devin, we're all in our 30s. So, we've been around the music scene for a while.
Oh, yeah. You're an old man now. 35? Yeah.
7.
Yeah.
Well, man, we just want to keep it heavy and brutal and raw. And, I don't know, if you like it, you keep listening.
Yeah.
If you like it, get the fuck up.
Yes, exactly. I love that attitude, man. That's what I'm talking about right there.
I want to mention, I want to give a shout out to our artist that we're sticking to exclusively, Jasper Swartz, Infested Arts. If you look, we have a couple designs up, and he's done original drawings for us of, Gillman and Nuclear Sasquatch. So it's just a shout out to him because he's an excellent artist and I love his work. It goes well with him.
Dude, that's a killer name. Nuclear Sasquatch.
Squatch.
Is he like a big, tall, hairy guy or something?
Yeah, well, we're from Richmond, Washington, which is right by the Hanford Nuclear Power Plant, so...
That's Sasquatch country right there.
It's naturally, I guess.
At least you guys don't live by a paper mill, dude. That fucking stinks.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I take that back. Yeah. Remind me never to visit Kirkland, Washington. Okay. Anyways. I'm just playing, man. So, you guys ever come down to Tacoma and play there?
Not yet, but it's on our list.
All right, man. All right, well, you guys, when you're ready to do all that, if you need a little bit of help, contact me and let me know, and I can shoot you down some contact names and numbers and make that a little less painful for you guys.
Yeah, awesome. Oh, yeah, Eddie.
All right, man. Welcome to the Digital Revolution Thrash Zone family. And, if you guys ever need anything, you just go ahead and write me or call me, and we'll see if we can't make some things happen, okay?
Oh, yeah, man. Well, thanks for having us on and talking to us. That was great.
Absolutely, guys. Hold on the line. That is the Festering from Kirkland, Washington, and we're going to hear a triple shot right now. This is the Festering with Rachel Anal Avulsions. Oh, Richland, not Kirkland. I've been corrected. Anyways, here it is.
Get you some food stamps.
Oh,
Holy shit. Look who got beat with the ugly stick. You're so ugly.
I know what you guys can do. Hey Shane, come here for a minute.
Yeah, what you got, man?
Give me a station or like ID or something like, this is Shane from Theory and X. You're listening to Digital Revolution Radio or something like that.
All right.
Just go ahead. With me. It's already recorded, so just...
This is Shane from Theory on X. You're listening to Digital Revolution.
Yeah, all right. Hey, let me give you the whole name.
Yeah.
DigitalRevolutionRadio.com.
Oh. Digital Radio?
Digital Revolution Radio.
Spell that out, Con. You're faster than me.
Dude, you got it. Right? It's only 3 fucking words.
Digital
Revolution Radio. There you go.
Okay.
You got it.
This is Shane from Theory on X, and you're listening to Digital Radio Revolution.
Bye. No. How about this? All right, let's do a different one. This is Shane from Theory and X. You're listening to Thrash. There you go. You got that one.
You want that one?
You got that one.
This is Shane from Theory on X, and you're listening to Thrash Zone.
Are you sure?
I'm gonna play your fucking ass.
This is the Trash Zone.
That's fucking funny.
I figure there's really not too much future with a soda front like you.
Come on, Boogie, let's burn this motherfucker down!
Mexican, a Jew, and a colored guy go into a bar. The bartender looks up and says, "Get the fuck out of here."
Hey, this is J-Mo from Splinter Throne, and I'm here on Billy Boldt's Thrash Zone, digitalrevolutionradio.com. I don't see him around. What the hell?
Ew, that's so nasty. Oh, what a crazy fuck. Look, a hungry little bastard. Passes out. Look at that sleepy fuck.
To
I've had more fun in a dentist's chair.
bang my head? I bang your wife.
What's up, metalheads? This is Steve Zetro Souza, warning you to listen to the Thrash Zone, or I'm gonna put you on my blacklist.
You're despicable.
Together
way I figure, there's really not too much future with a soda front like you.
No good, rotten, four-flushing, low-life, snake-licking, dirt-eating, inbred, overstuffed, ignorant, blood-sucking, dog-kissing, brainless, dickless, hopeless, heartless, fat-ass, bug-eyed, stiff-legged, spotty-lipped, worm-headed sack of monkey shit.
All right, and that was Mudface with the song Kill Shot. They're a band from San Jose, California. And I was just talking with the singer, Chris Dinsmore. And they're looking to put out a new release this summer. So we have them in our eyes to reschedule for the summertime. And before that, we had some Celtic Frost with Visions of Mortality. Before that, we had a band that just got added to the Thrash Zone roster. They're called Blackening. And that song was called Terror Zone. They're from Brazil. Killer fucking band. And of course, before that, we had Exodus with Steve Zetro Souza, my all-time favorite singer and my idol. And that song was called When It Rains, It Pours. We had some Necrofilth before that with Junkie Cunt. Some Forbidden from the East Bay in San Francisco with Chalice of Blood. And we also had Beyond Theory with Botched Amniocentesis. Excuse me if I butchered that one. Dark Angel from Los Angeles with Darkness Descends. And wow, that was a long one, wasn't it? Angerhead from San Jose with Pissed Off. And kicked it off with some Armageddon by the band Blood Oath from Portland, Oregon. And of course, before that, we had Dimebag in the band Damage Plan with the song Pride. And I got some news to tell everyone. And Witchcraft couldn't make it tonight. They no-called, no-showed. So see ya in 6 months, guys. I got Bobby D'Angelo taking their place from Mechanism, the bassist. He kicks fucking ass. It's one of my favorite bands of all time. And I am going to be more than happy to present Bobby to you in 10 minutes. So don't go anywhere. You're listening to Thrash Zone.
Oh, story time with Flavor Flav.
All right, today, kids, I'm going to read y'all an interactive story. And the name of this story is called The Boy in the Red Cap. Billy was the boy in the red cap. One day, Billy found a wallet full of money on the street. Now, if you guys found a wallet full of money on the street, what would you do?
Right?
Yes.
I'd spend it all on Candy. She's my lady. Candy's your lady? She's my mom.
I'll give me a less ugly mother hat.
I would hire an old school hype man to read me a story.
All right, good one. That's better than stealing.
A letter from a listener, and he writes, Dear Casey, my name is Billy, and I host the Thrash Zone, a metal show on Digital Revolution Radio, based in Portland, Oregon. I was wondering if you could take your top 40 ass and get off the air so I can wreck some people's necks and get the word of metal out to the world. Well, Billy, I don't know if you've heard, but I'm dead. I died a little while ago, and there was a big legal battle over what was going to happen with what's left of me. That being said, Billy, fuck off. I'm dead, so this isn't even really funny. I don't know why this is probably going to make the air, but it will. Later.
I'll get more details.
I'll hear some more detail for you.
What is your major malfunction, numbnuts?
Well, just when you think you've heard the worst singer on earth, you come in.
Down.
Where the fuck have you been? I've been calling you all fucking night long!
Yes, and that was Death Angel from South San Francisco, California, with the song Thrashers. And before that, what did we have? We had some American Wrecking Company from Tacoma, Washington with Overthrow. And also some Mudface with Kill Shot from San Jose. And you're listening to Thrash Zone on digitalrevolutionradio.com. We're going into overtime, baby. And I have on the phone, taking the place of Witchburn, who didn't make it tonight, Bobby D'Angelo, basis of Mechanism, and it doesn't get any better than this. Bobby, welcome to Thrash Zone.
What's up, brother, man? I haven't talked to you in a long time. It's good to be on. Good to chat with you again.
Yeah, no kidding, Bobby, man. I'm just glad you finally got it on the show, other than just, a pre-recorded interview that we did at the Cave or something.
Yeah, that kind of catches us in our best and worst moments, when the alcohol's flowing at those after-hours parties after the gigs. Those are some of the best moments, but those can be held against us at times. So I guess it's all in how you look at it.
I never look at it as a bad thing. Like, because I like to catch moments as they really happen. I don't really believe in editing unless it's absolutely necessary. And, it catches people in the moment, I do that even with myself. If I'm a little bit loaded and I do the show, oh well, I don't edit it. That's how it was.
Right on. I mean, it kind of brings to mind that one clip you had of Tony. You had him doing the digitalrevolutionradio.com, deal, and he was just ripped. It was hilarious, man. Those were good times.
Yeah.
We got to get you back up here again.
Right. Well, now you guys, Bobby, that leads me to this freaking killer show that you guys are going to be playing in Spokane, Washington. Tell us about that.
Oh, yeah. Well, what I know about it, man, our buddies in Invasive and Theory on X, which you have on your shows quite often, we've been kind of bantering back and forth and kind of trying to help each other out on both sides of the mountains, and it's really cool about this whole camaraderie thing. They're all righteous dudes, and, we always have a good time with them and great shows when those guys come over. And as a matter of fact, Theory on X is going to be doing a show with us this Saturday in Fife at Louis G's. But, so we've been working on this one at the Knitting Factory for a while, and it finally came to fruition, and, the bill looks pretty killer. I mean, Heldorado's on there headlining, and then you've got Invasive, Theory on X, and then, we're on second, Mechanism, and then you've got a band called Elephant Gun Riot. I haven't heard those guys, but kind of what I figure is if they're on that bill, they've got to be pretty badass, too. So, man, I'm pretty stoked about this whole show.
Absolutely, and when I heard that lineup, man, I was like, that is killer. And you know what, Bobby? I'm absolutely up for a road trip to see you guys all do that show, because that is going to be a kick-ass show at the Knitting Factory.
Right on, man. Yeah, I figured we might be able to get you to work your way on up that way since we haven't seen you in a while. So it'll be good to see you and Kim. So that'll be pretty rocking.
Absolutely. And somehow I'm either going to record the show or I'm going to stream it live. I'm going to be doing something, man, so everybody can share in the moment. You guys, you're also going to be playing my hometown, which is Portland, Oregon, pretty damn soon. You're going to be playing with Ditch Digger and Chronological Injustice. And, I know there's one more I'm forgetting. Who is it, Bobby?
I don't know how to say their name, but Othrys, Othrys.
Othrys. Yeah, that's right. It's Othrys. And they're all great bands. And the Ash Street Saloon is a great place to have a show. And, I'm going to be working with Craig Gilbert of C&D Promotions to present that to the people.
Right on, man. Awesome, dude. Yeah, you guys are awesome people. We're just so glad we met you guys, man. I mean, it's been nothing but positive stuff the whole way. This whole camaraderie thing that's going on in this scene, it's one thing that certainly helps us all. So it's always good to see that and bands getting along instead of fighting each other and, doing all that stuff. So, it's pretty cool. It just makes for a great evening for everybody. You go out there, you hang out, you do your set, get off stage, you hang out with the rest of the bands, have some drinks, some laughs, and that's what it's pretty much all about.
Yeah, man, it's a great time. And Bobby, who we have to thank is Deanne. I believe it's Deanne Castle.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, she's the one that introduced me to you guys.
Oh, that's right. I got to think back. It gets a little bit blurry, man. I mean...
Yeah, but she's the one, man.
Right on.
Yeah, so make sure she gets her creds for that.
Absolutely, man. It's just cool the way the whole thing works because, if you don't network, man, we're not helping ourselves and we're not helping each other. There's so much talent out there too. I'm just amazed at from bands that are out there, and I love my metal. That is absolutely where I'm at. But I hear other bands in different genres of music, and they're so good at what they do. I won't discriminate. Not something I would maybe necessarily buy, but some are so good I actually would. I mean, these people are just solid musicians and artists, and you got to dig it for what it is, and that's pretty awesome. So
I absolutely agree with you, and you know what I'm all about that, Bobby, is brotherhood, man. I don't have any room in my camp for people that act like rock stars. You know that. If someone thinks they're just too good or too special, well then go on, carry on your freak flag somewhere else, because it ain't going to be around us.
Yeah. I mean, to each their own. And I guess maybe some people perceive things differently, and maybe they don't realize how. Or whatever, but it's all good because as long as no one burns a bridge with me, I'm good until they do. So I don't judge anybody, and the people that I hang with are kind of subscribe to that same theory that basically we're all good until someone does us wrong, and that's how it should be, right, man? Everyone gets the benefit of the doubt, and it's rock and roll, and that's what we're here for.
That's right, Bobby. And you know what? I do want to say to all the people listening around the world, we're now listened in over 100 countries now, Bobby. Around the world. And Mechanism is a very solid band, very popular in the Northwest, and my personal experience that I can say, and this is the absolute truth, people, is that they really do have the best fans that I have seen in 20 years. I mean, it's just all family, everybody, just total camaraderie, brotherhood, sisterhood. Everyone's out to help each other. No one's better than the other one. We're all in it together. And you're either in it or get the fuck out and go somewhere else. I mean, because I don't want to waste my time on somebody who's got the negative energy. I'd rather spend it with the hundreds of people that are in your camp that are all in it to win it, And I just got to say that about your fans, dude. Mechanism fans are the best anywhere.
Well, what's so cool about that, too, because they dig us, but they support all the bands in the area, and it's so cool to see that. And on that, you say that there are fans, but quite honestly, what people don't realize is they're our show, because when I get up there, I get to watch them, and that's actually pretty cool, So,
yeah.
That's a pretty good rush. People are getting into it. You got people out there just rocking out, just kind of forgetting the day, doing their thing, and it's awesome, man. I mean, it's kind of what it's all about. That's what we all came into this for. I think kind of when we were kids, man, it just sort of took us away and put us into that good place.
Yeah, absolutely. And every time that I've come up to Tacoma and come to see you guys, I think it's been 3 or 4 times, it's always been a great time. It's always been, just everybody just, I don't know, man, just like family, dude. And it's so special to me. And, I've told Tony this in, personal conversations and times that I've spent, staying over his house, that I seriously mean this, because if I didn't mean it, I wouldn't say it, Bobby. I just wouldn't say anything.
I appreciate it, brother. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm so glad that you could join us for the first time on Thrash Zone tonight. Bobby, what kind of gear do you play through?
Oh, I've got a bunch of different basses. I started out with those boutique basses, and I've got a couple of those, where they're a couple grand, and they're sweet, and I love them. But at the moment, I'm just playing a custom jazz bass, 4-string, from Warmouth Guitars, just a stock bass. Sounds awesome. I use some of my other basses, just a different flavor, whatever I'm feeling for that night. But as far as the amp goes, I'm running through a Sans Amp Tech 21, and people probably don't know what that is. The bass players know what that is out there, and that is actually a studio unit. And that's pretty much magic tone for me. I run into that, and then a dual channel EQ, so I send a direct signal to the board. I kind of EQ that for where they need it, and then tailor my side to whatever I need coming out of my monitor, so it cuts through on stage. And then into a sonic exciter, into basically into my amp, power amp, and then my 412 cab, and I just love the tone. The way it works for me. So
yeah, and you really do. You have a great sound, and I absolutely love it. Bobby.
I consider sound man too. You know, the sound, it's only as good as the sound man lets it come through. I can send them at my best, but you got to give the props to the sound man. So
sure.
The guys out there that are doing these clubs are doing a great job. I got to hand that to them.
Yeah, I've met some really good sound men. Traveling around show to show in the Northwest here, doing what I do. And you're definitely right about that. It does help.
Right on.
Yeah. So, Bobby, man, tell us what's been going on with you. What's new with Mechanism?
Mechanism, we've kind of taken it easy over the holidays, just because holidays tend to, everybody's doing stuff, not only us, but the fans are also. And so we've been doing a lot of writing and compiling of material and so forth. So we've got a lot of new material that's we're bringing a few new songs out to the show Saturday, and have a couple still in the creation phase. We did a compilation album, or a cut for a compilation album. I don't recall the name of it, but we did it at London Bridge Studios about 3 weeks ago, and that was actually an experience. If you're familiar with the Seattle sound and the Seattle scene, the records that are up on that wall, and you've heard of every one of these bands. It's pretty incredible and quite an honor actually to be in a studio of that caliber. So we did that. We've been doing our shows. Sort of got sidetracked here, but yeah, basically just kind of doing the writing, and everything picks up in spring for us. I think it seems to work for the fans a little bit better too. Everyone kind of gets out of that holiday thing. Kind of gets their money back in order because after Christmas and they're kind of ready to rock and bring in the weather, and have some good times in the spring and summer. So that's kind of what we're gearing up for.
Right. That sounds good. Bobby, one thing I did want to bring up was the last time we had Tony Delisio, your guitar player, on the show, good friend of ours. He mentioned that the goal of Mechanism was to put out a new song every month in lieu of just an album or a CD, but it hasn't really worked out that way. Can you give us a little insight into why that is?
I think a lot of it comes down to, number one, we've got tons of ideas, but if a song's not ready, I just don't feel anything should ever be forced. And I think, all the musicians out there that do the creative thing, they know, you just know when it's right and when it's ready.
Sure.
So we're kind of going through that, and then the holiday thing hit, but, we've personally have 3 or 4 songs on the burner right now that we're working with. And that is the goal, but I think every song kind of evolves. Even once you have it written amongst each other, and you've got your foundation down there as far as the map of where all the parts are and what you're going to play. For me, I find that the song evolves artistically for me because I start hearing things to embellish on that I may not have heard in the beginning. So it's sort of a growing process, and I think, at least for Mechanism, we realize when it's ready to release, I think, because it's, we like it, but you just know when it's right.
Sure. And you brought up a really good point because, I've listened to some Mechanism songs that were like 2 years ago that you put out on Shadows and Dust. And they have evolved because I've seen where they were originally and how they are today, and how they changed over time into what they are today. And and of course, I think that the final product just speaks for itself. Shadows and Dust was just a great CD. That is just, I don't know, man. That's one of the best CDs I've heard coming from a band in a long time.
Well, I appreciate that. I'm sure the guys do too if they're listening. Honestly, I've been with Mechanism, I think, for 3 years now, coming up on 3 years, and I had heard their EP when they asked me if I wanted to audition, and then Tony turned me on to the rough mixes for Shadows and Dust, and I definitely heard the evolution from the EP, and I love the EP stuff. I think you played one of the songs, Psycho.
Yeah.
It was off of that earlier
Oh,
EP.
yeah.
And then I heard the Shadows and Dust, even the rough tracks that were done in Tony's home studio, and it floored me. I could definitely feel the evolution, and that's what really excited me because the band grows, and that keeps me interested. I think as an artist, you want to stay relevant to what your fans are used to, but you also want to evolve in a relatable direction, I guess, so that people can appreciate that, but not get stagnant to your audience.
Right, or lose them. Like, you guys do different things when you're playing the songs live. We're not talking like how Led Zeppelin was, where they just jammed for 20 minutes and they were just out of the blue, and then they came back to their song. But you guys have your songs very well structured, but it does leave room for improv, and and it makes for an explosive concert that comes across as fresh. Even if you've seen your band many times, it's still a different version of the same song, and because it's evolving, and it's live, and it's something that you're doing as you're feeling and as it's going along, and it's such a treat to watch Mechanism live. It really is.
Well, I'm glad that happens live, because obviously we have, our versions, but it's nice to go with the moment, when we're up there live, and Tony may play a lead a little bit different, or we may drop into this whole different groove or something. But it keeps it interesting for us and for the fans, and it just keeps it genuine as opposed to regurgitating. We certainly don't want to do that. I mean, I know that the fans like the songs in the formats that they are, but I have also had people come up to me and mention, hey, Dear God, for instance, I love the way the recording is, but wow, this has really evolved, and it kind of surprised me because I thought we were playing it the same. But I guess it's just the energy, the live energy, and how we all sort of are in the moment at that point in time for the show. And that sort of translates, comes across that way.
Yeah, and certainly with the addition of Manny Rojas to the band, now you have that keyboard factor, and maybe that's what's throwing people off, is because now you have those keyboard parts in your songs, and they're not used to hearing that, and they're hearing what they hear on the CD. And Manny is such a great addition to the band, and
absolutely nice guy too, super nice guy. And Manny, he's a chick magnet for keyboard player. Whatever the stereotype is, he blows that.
Hey, he's Latin, dude. Of course, man. Women love us Latin men. Yeah. So Manny Rojas, what's up, man? We want to get Manny on the show too sometime.
He doesn't speak much, but we sometimes we feed him a little bit of alcohol and kind of kick him a little bit, and he'll start speaking. He's actually he's really a great guy, a real funny guy.
Oh yeah, once you get him to open up, I'm Spanish also, El Salvadoran, so I speak Spanish with him every once in a while, and that's usually how he feels really comfortable talking with me, and so that's cool. I like talking to Manny. He's a good guy.
Yeah, absolutely. He's such a great addition. On my side of the stage, he's on the other side typically, and so I don't really hear that much. And then there's times all of a sudden he's cutting through in the mix, or he's coming through my monitor, and it's like, I go, wow, that's just incredible. And the guys have been playing with us for, I think, a year and a half, maybe almost 2 years, a year and a half. And there are things that still catch me or surprise me. It's like, man, that's just an incredible line you just played there, bro. It just floors me. It just puts me into that zone. It's like, that magic moment that musicians can relate. It's just when you hit that place on stage with your brothers, and all of a sudden it's like, it just all gels. And
and that's what I say, man. It's so exciting to watch you guys, one more thing about Manny, because, usually when I come see you guys, Kim likes to sit on your side of the stage. I like to sit on the other side of the stage, mostly because, that's where the stairs are, and I can just kind of kick back and not be smushed in the crowd. But, Yeah, but I've watched Manny really the last time when I saw you guys, and I really paid attention to what he was doing and what he contributed to the songs. And it's just amazing what he's playing. I mean, he plays the keyboards like a freaking guitar,
He really does, and what he does, he doesn't, coming into this, the songs were already pre-written, but he found his place in these songs, and he just embellishes those songs and adds this extra layer of ambiance, I guess you'd call it, to it. It just takes it to another level to me. It's incredible, because a lot of people kind of frown on the whole keyboard thing because they're all used to the sequences, and those are great and so forth, but having Manny in there and doing this stuff live, it's incredible. I mean, I guess I can say this, but until you hear it live or you hear a recording of it, you really won't grasp what he does until you hear that layered in the mix.
Yeah, it really is something special. Yeah, it really is. Bobby, tell us a like, what are some things that you got coming up now?
What did we touch on? We touched on the Portland show.
Yeah.
Then we, like I said, we have
Spokane.
got that show next week at Louis G's, and you've been at Louis G's. I mean, that's got to be one of the best house light shows and sound systems in the Northwest area. So I highly recommend bands that are coming through.
They got a bubble machine there, Bobby.
What's that, brother?
They got a bubble machine there. They got a freaking bubble machine.
I'm actually looking at a picture online on the Reverb Nation thing. It's like, yeah, there's a bubble machine. That's kind of crazy, man. I mean, it works, you know. I mean, it's the audience seems to really dig it, you know. I mean,
oh, sure.
I've never been to the rave, but I get it.
Yeah.
After looking at that, it's pretty awesome.
It's cool, man. You know, Louis Galarza really invested a lot of money to give the people and the bands, the artists, a place that's special where they can play, where you're gonna sound good, because he's had a great sound system there, great lighting. He's got killer hookups with photographers, videographers. It's just an all-around great place, a venue for both fan and musicians to be at.
Absolutely. You know, for the band, it's just a great place to be represented the way you should be represented, through a good system with a fantastic stage and light show, so people can actually see, even if you're a new band, what your potential is. It's like, wow, this is what this is like. You know, what this band can be, you know. And for Louis to take the money out of his pocket in his business and invest in this, I mean, sure, it's a business move, but you know, he's so supportive of the local scene and all bands that come through the area. You know, he's definitely a blessing. I mean, it certainly is a plus to have people like him around helping things out, because as you know, everyone's, you know, live music struggles a bit in this day and age with the DJs, but you know, I don't know, I don't hear the DJs playing metal, and I kind of like it that way. I prefer that we do it live. That's the way it should be.
Right. Hold on here a sec, Bobby. I got to open my door because I locked it and Kim's knocking on it. There she is. All right. You never know what's going to happen on live radio. Anyway, all right, we're back, everyone. And yeah, Bobby, that is so true. You know, that whole experience there in Fife, Washington, really nice. You know, it's a 130-mile drive for me to go each way, but I don't even care, because I know when I get there, I'm gonna be with great friends. I'm gonna see a great show at a great place with great food, and you know, I know I'm gonna have a great time. So it doesn't even bother me to drive there. You know.
Yeah, you know what's so cool about it too? What Louis really caters to. I mean, you know, we were talking about, you know, you and I were in the rock and roll, the metal thing. You know, that's our love and our passion. You know, but we all appreciate different music, and Louis caters to a lot of different styles of bands, and it's just so cool because everyone gets a chance there. You know, I mean, you know, we all remember those days when you go into a club and the system's not so good, and these guys could be phenomenal. And as musicians, we could tell that they were really good, but the system was terrible.
Oh my God, Bobby, I can tell you about places clubs that I played at in San Francisco where I had to bring my own PA system.
Yeah, but I remember those days, brother. We go back, you know, we're kind of dating ourselves back to when we all sort of broke into this business. But even back when the old Seattle thing took off in the 90s, you know, I mean, there were a lot of great clubs. Rock Candy was one of them. Loved that place, and Under the Rail, and I think it was the Off Lamp and so forth. There were some really great places. But honestly, I think the venues now, well, technology has taken it a long way, so I think sound is better. I mean, it was always good, but what's kind of cool now, too, is that you've got so many bands, there's so much talent out there, and I think maybe something to do with, you know, most guys can do this create on their computer to get their idea across to their bandmates. I just think it's a little bit more intuitive and easier to write. And then, you know, then these bands get together and they sort of take this out. So it's really cool to see all these different types of music coming out with different flavors. You know, it's not the typical corporate thing that's sort of you're cut and dry in this vein or that vein. There's mixtures and flavors of different things, and to me that's exciting because that's what art is. It should be something genuine as opposed to contrived just for one reason, you know, to make the dollar, and that's all fine. We all want to do that, but you know, it's nice to be able to bring something new to the sound, I guess.
Sure, and be true to who you are as well as an artist.
Exactly. Absolutely, because I mean, heck, what would music have been if it never really grew that way, man? I mean, everyone has a different interpretation of the same riff. I mean, blues are blues, rock and roll is rock and roll, but, it gets heavier, it does this, it just phrased just a little bit differently, and all of a sudden you've got this killer song,
Yeah, I mean, like, how many renditions have you heard of the song "Who Do You Love"? And they're all different, but yet it's the same. It's the same riff, but it's done differently, and that's because people have taken it, made it their own, and made it like basically a new song. Just based on how they felt and how they expressed themselves. It's really cool.
Yeah, exactly. That's what's so cool about it, because, we've heard this, and then you hear, we've been doing this for 20, 30 years, and then you have these kids come in, and they start taking this song and this melody, a familiar melody, and all of a sudden they put this little twist on it from whatever their influences were, and it's like, oh my God, this is just such an incredible version of this, and it also translates into, what they start to write on their own and so forth. It's just incredible. I almost wonder if a lot of these kids are old souls, because it's like, what? It's 15. Where the heck did you get that from?
Yeah, right. And Bobby, that leads me to a question, something that you brought up. Who are some of your influences?
Oh man, mine. I gotta tell you, I'm a bass player. I love my metal. I was listening to all the bands you guys did, or we all did back in the '90s. But when I was a little kid, my mom listened to R&B Motown, so the whole Jamie Jamerson thing. So that sort of made me, I've been told that I've got this certain groove or feel to my playing at times. I think a lot of it comes from there. Led Zeppelin took me into a whole new improv realm, and had to do that. Then we went into our '90s bands or '80s bands, and we're listening to Crew and Rat and Aerosmith and all that kind of stuff, and all through the whole Seattle thing. Man, I mean, the list is endless. Obviously Rush as a bass player is one. Yes, is a phenomenal, influence also. But there's so many. I kind of take a lot from pretty much everything I hear.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. That's cool, man. All right, Bobby. So, anything else you want to tell all your fans listening on Digital Revolution Radio before we cut you off here?
Oh yeah, support the show, support the music. I was listening tonight, and I'm just floored by all the different bands that you're playing, man. I'm just loving it. The energy it's infectious.
Yeah.
So it doesn't work unless we listen. And if you like a band, you just spend $10, buy their CD, man. It helps us all. It helps them. It just kind of helps keep the scene alive. And we're just out here to do this for you. So yeah, support the music.
Absolutely, it keeps the machine rolling when you help support the band by buying a T-shirt, buying a CD, what have you. And Bobby, one more thing. As I was telling John Dote earlier. I don't want to be put into just a box where this is all I can play. When he asked me, he goes, well, how broad is your show? I told him I play metal, but I'll go through all genres of metal. I don't want to just be thrash metal because my name is Thrash Zone. That is my personal favorite style. But that's not all I listen to, and that's not all I want my show to be. I want it to grow. I want other artists to be heard. I want to give everybody a shot that deserves it and wants it. And so why limit yourself?
Well, I think your audience is really receptive. You've got that testosterone factor where a lot of guys, my music's heavier than yours. Well, we all listen to heavy music, but we all know that we've got some of our guilty pleasures that we may not so much fess up to, that are in different genres. But that's what makes an artist. You pull from different colors and different flavors and different off that palette. If all you listen to were to 2 or 3 different types of bands, when you're creating, that's pretty much all you're going to create. But if you've got different influences coming in, that even is something that you don't play in your band. I mean, you phrase differently, you perceive different things where you can embellish from a different direction that you normally wouldn't, and that's all part of it. You're adding color to the picture, and that's what I think the magic is. So don't ever be afraid to listen to different styles of music. That's my philosophy.
All right, and and that also kind of reminds me of kind of what Mechanism is like. When I listen to your songs that you've all composed, it's not really one format. It's heavy, yes. It's metal, yes. but it's also in a way mainstream, yet it's not. It's Mechanism, man. You know, it's just something that everybody seems to love because you're taking a little bit of here and a little bit from there and a little bit from here, and everybody can identify with it, you know?
Yeah, I mean, that's cool. I mean, it keeps it relevant. I mean, it's not contrived. The creative process is what it is. I mean, we can write a heavy song, and that's actually one of our songs we kind of wanted to do. One of the new ones that'll be coming out, I think we'll be doing it Saturday, called Archon. And it's super heavy, which isn't typical of us, but we wanted to dabble in that because it's just fun, man. That energy is killer to play live. But, you know, generally when we write, we have a general idea, but it becomes what it is. We have a vision, but it also evolves into what it's going to be, you know? Sure. So we're not saying, okay, man, we want this sound, we want to sound just like that, we want to just grind people into the ground here. It's sort of ebb and flows, you know. I think a good song does that, you know. I mean, if you get hit with 100 miles an hour, well, it's not as special.
Yeah.
You know, when you can kind of build and flow, it's kind of like sex, brother. You know, I mean, that's just the way it is. You know, you don't do it in one speed. I think music is the same way, man. You know, you just kind of just do your thing. So
there you go, and that's coming from a true doctor of love, ladies. Bobby D'Angelo, man, you got that Hawaiian factor going on.
Shouba.
Yeah, and you know, in Mechanism, you guys do have some really heavy songs. Like you have the Furion, you have Psycho, you have This Machine, you Prepare for War. All totally heavy songs, killer riffs, great leads, smoking hot leads with Tony, man.
Look at the guys that I'm playing that I'm fortunate enough to play with. I mean, all the guys in the band, they're just exceptional in their own right on their instruments. You know, our drummer Nick, you know, Ryan the singer on his vocals, and how he sings like that can actually speak after the show. I don't know.
I know. You know what? Every time we see you guys play, Kim and I always marvel at Ryan Renfield's freaking vocals because, you know, it's like, how does that voice come out of him? It's so, I mean, like when he screams and everything, I totally get into it, man. It sends chills through me. I feel it, you know. I totally get what he's trying to, you know, perceive the song to be, man. I envision it. I see what he's singing. I feel what you guys are playing. That's the magic I get from Mechanism.
But that's so awesome because that's exactly what we would hope for in the most positive situation. That's all we want. That's all we could ask for is that people feel that music, you know. And you know, our music moves people. Some people for other bands, and that's great. There are a lot of great bands out there. But whatever you listen to, man, let it own you. You know what I'm saying? I mean, there were so many great bands out there. Just do your thing and don't feel guilty about what you dig. Just dig it.
That's right. You know, I don't care if you listen to Kiss, you know, whatever, man. Whatever floats your boat, whatever gets your groove on, you know. But Bobby, I can tell you right now, and I can say this honestly, with Kim right here next to me, that Mechanism gets practically daily play in our house.
Wow, awesome! Wow, that's way cool, man.
Dude, I mean,
yeah, the checks in the mail, Billy. I would be.
No, seriously though, it's like I never get tired of the songs, man. I know your songs. I mean, I could practically play them and sing them myself, you know. But it's like I never get tired of them. I love every freaking song you guys do, man. It's the energy is so good. And that is what it's all about when you come see your band live. Anybody out there, if Mechanism, it rolls through your town and you're able to see them, I guarantee you will be blessed with a performance you will remember and talk to your friends about for a long time.
Yeah, oh, by the way, I'm not sure. You'll probably put a link up since I'm kind of looking at it on my computer. So any of you out there that have not heard Mechanism, you can listen to us on Reverb Nation. So reverbnation.com/Mechanism Band, and that'll bring us up. Go ahead and give it a listen, you know, while you're out there listening to some of the other bands. There's some great bands in that genre that we're included in also.
Oh, yeah.
So, you know, just support it, dig it. We can't do this without you. So, and we wouldn't want to do it without you.
All right. And if anybody didn't get that, it's mechanismweb.com or Facebook. It's Mechanism official page. Or you could even just go to my page, Billy Boldt, and ask me, and I will send you their link. I'll send you their MP3s, whatever, whatever it takes, man, to get the word out and share the love, because Mechanism is something that I don't want to keep all to myself. I want to share it with the world, dude.
Right on.
Hey, Bobby, I
appreciate that,
got one thing here for you. Listen to this. That's for you. Just cracked open a cold one, baby. All right.
Look at my little bottle of whiskey here in front of me. So yeah.
All right, and
cheers back to you, my friend.
Yeah, and everyone else out there, Bobby and I don't know if we share the exact birthday, but pretty damn close. Mine's July 1st.
June 25th. So yeah, we're gonna have to throw down together this summer.
Oh yeah, and we didn't do it last time because we were both surrounded by hundreds of people, but this summer for sure.
Yeah. And by the time the show got done and we went to the after hours, I think we were pretty much done at that point. Anyways, I probably wasn't seeing more than 6 feet in front of me.
Right. It was a good time for sure. All right, man. I got to go ahead and play some tracks. I'm gonna hold on the line, Bobby. That was Bobby D'Angelo, bassist of Mechanism, and what a great guy he is. And I'm going to do a triple shot right now so that you guys can hear what all the excitement's about. This is Prepare for War. I'm going to follow that up with Illuminati and then A Better Way. And this is Thrash Zone. You're listening to DigitalRevolutionRadio.com. And here we go.
Does anyone pretend that preparations for resistance against aggression amount to the unleashing of war?
Fear
sorry, miss, but the removal of this vibrator is going to be a very long, delicate, and expensive procedure.
I don't think I can afford it. But since I'm here, maybe you could replace the batteries.
Very well.
Did you see Manson's interview? Did you see that? Was that too funny? This guy is fucking gone. It's like 1986 now. He's been in the hole for 17 fucking years. You know, he was already sick going in, you know? Yeah, he's on a comeback. Yeah. Let's leave him alone and let him talk to fucking God. Oh man, they pulled him out and they go, Charlie, why'd you do it? And he goes, I heard the album. I heard that goddamn White Album. Why don't we do it the road? What do you think he was saying, man? No one will be watching it. And you're sitting there going, it's a fucking album! You were on acid, Manson! It's a fucking album! You'd have got the same message out of the Monkees, you fucking dickhead. Don't you hear what he's saying, man? Hey, hey, we're the Monkees. Hey, hey, we're the Monkees. People say we monkey around. How clear does he have to say it, man? Fast train to Clarksville, Whitey. It's the Monkees! They weren't even a real group, you fuck! It's so funny. This guy's out there. He thinks it was all about him. He goes, didn't you watch Charlie's Angels? That was about me. You never saw Charlie, did you? The fucking TV show. Oh, put him back down the fucking hole.
Yes, and that was a triple shot of Mechanism. Thank you, Bobby D'Angelo of Mechanism, for coming on the show. Such a treat to talk to him. One of our great friends, a good friend of the show, good friend of ours personally, Bobby D'Angelo, bassist of Mechanism. I want to thank my guests, other guests that appeared this evening. It was also great to talk to my old producer, John Dote. What a great career he has had over the last 35, 40 years. And it was such a treat to talk to him. Producer to the stars, John Dote. Also, Nathan McLeod of Malevolence Records. And also all the guys in the band of the Festering. What a treat it was to talk to Jesse and his bandmates. And I want to let you guys all know that next week on Thrash Zone, I could hardly contain myself for the whole show, but I had to wait till the end. Next week, our guests are going to be Randy Ross of Strength Keeper, Vinny and Carmine Appice on the return of the Drum Wars, George Lynch of KXM, formerly of Lynch Mob and Dawkin,